I just realized that my mic was muted the whole time. It's gonna be one of those days, huh? Hey everyone, Swordsman here. Welcome to the Crimson Sakura Lounge. Come on in, my dear friends. There's a chair and a drink waiting for you. Okay, so, I don't know how my microphone was muted the whole time. I hardly ever put it on mute when I can help it. Although now that I think about it, I think I know why. It was when I'm testing some certain hardware on this thing to see if I can get it to run certain things, more programs than I usually do. And as it turns out, I cannot. This thing overheats so fast that the bandwidth doesn't even catch up to it. So I'm going to have to experiment a little bit more and save up a bit of cash to get the proper upgrade, so to speak. That said, I'm still going to entertain you all to the best of my abilities, doing what I do best. And I'm looking down really carefully now because I'm worried that my microphone might go out at any moment. Today is a sweltering 90 degrees right now, which I find baffling because we're not even a quarter of a way through spring, and already we're hitting temperatures that are relevant to summer. So this is going to be an interesting time for sure. We're all definitely going to do our best to stay cool while we're streaming. And hopefully you all are doing your part too. That being said, I think it's time for us to really reminisce on what's really important. And what's really important is that the Snow White live-action movie was abysmal. It made me want to cry. Like, immensely so. I have never seen something so horrible in my life. Not only was the acting so weird and the voice acting of the dwarves so bad, the animations for a lot of that was just bizarre. But do you want to know the worst part of all of this? The truly, truly horrible thing that I just discovered after watching this movie. Alright, how do I put this lightly? So, I only found out about this last night. Actually, this morning. I watched the movie last night, but I discovered this. I discovered this part rather depressing. So depressing, in fact, that I couldn't even believe what I was witnessing. So, alright. You all might want to sit down right now, because, this is gonna be a little hard to swallow. Okay. We can do this. Snow White ended up bombing so hard that it actually did worse than the live-action Dragon Ball movie. Look at this. Look at this. 2.5 out of 10 for Dragon Ball Evolution. And Snow White got a whopping 2.2 out of 10 on IMDb. Like, I didn't think that the bar could be set any lower than Dragon Ball Evolution when it came to live-action adaptations. But boy howdy, did they really surprise me. For the first time in my life, I'm speechless. Like, literally, so speechless. I got nothing. Like, I got nothing to say that could justify this. And I know what some of you are saying. Hey, why would I, Swordsman Studios VT, a man with very good taste and immaculate eyes, would want to waste my time watching this, already going into expectations that it was probably going to be bad? Disney seems to ruin everything they touch. And this one, oh boy. I grew up watching Disney movies on VHS when I was a kid. I remember very distinctly going to my babysitter's house when I was like 6, maybe 5. And this was all they had for me to watch. Not that I was complaining. And Snow White, along with The Lion King and I think it was The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Yeah, those two. I watched those back to back a lot. And all my life I remember those movies. And they were so nostalgic. And when I saw that they were making a live action movie, I already knew what was going to happen. I didn't go into this disappointed. Like, I had no expectations when it came to this. I already knew that it was probably going to be bad. But right when I saw it, I think it was like the first 20 minutes, I already knew I was going to be in for a long night. And geez, what could I even say that hasn't already been said? This really felt like it was slapped together so hastily that I don't think even people with the most slightest of interest in Disney films could enjoy. Even if you were the kind of family that raised your kids to if it was the kind of family that you were nothing but Disney, you watched Disney musicals, animated films all the time, had a good time with it, you go to Disneyland once a year, you do all sort of Disney themed birthday parties. I think even with that family, you would not want to watch this movie. Like, the actress, I don't like shaming people like this. Like, I'm very critical about how I judge things and how I do criticisms. Because I know how hard it is to make a movie. So, let me start with this. let me just say this much. I feel like they had the right direction when it came to the overall look of the movie. It had about the same aesthetic that you would expect. Snow White's iconic dress, the hair was right, her stepmother, the queen, looked pretty good, and I didn't like aspects of the magic mirror and stuff, but I felt like they were relying too much on the overall look and aesthetic of the movie rather than trying to be something a little more original. And you can also notice that there was a lack of attention to detail. So, the dwarves, like, I don't know what the thought process was when doing those dwarves. Like, yeah, I get, like, doing animation, CGI, all that tech. It's a neat flex, for sure. But the execution on that was not well done. Let me put it this way. I enjoyed the live-action Pinocchio, even though it was uniquely flawed. I think there was a lot that could have been done. There was just... even the musical itself, as whimsical as they should have been, they came off as being rather forced. I didn't really like how all of this happened. And then, like, the whole thing with the prince and his interest in Snow White, like, that one was interesting. Like, I do like that kind of dynamic. And then, what else was it? I feel like there were many opportunities for this. I did like the rewrite of the ending where Snow White confronts her stepmother. I probably should say spoiler alert, but at this point, who cares, right? I don't know if it was due to filmed like the budget, so to speak. I don't know if it was a case of time constraints. There have been many different adaptations of Snow White, each of them uniquely flawed over the other. And yet, for some reason, those aren't as bad as this recent entry. And, you know, to the actress, like, look, to Miss, what was her name? Rachel Zegler. To her, specifically, like, look, I don't mean to be harsh in my criticisms. I think you did a wonderful job with what you were given. I think you had a wonderful voice. I think you were doing a fine job with what was presented to you, and I think you deserve better. And yeah, look, I don't like to be very harsh with that. But you have to admit, this was definitely not well done. The pacing was off. The sort of animation was... it was weird. Like, I can definitely see what they were trying to go for. But even then, it fails at that because, well, it's not even a trip down a memory lane. It feels like it was an attempt to cash in on that nostalgia. It seems like Disney has lost itself in what really matters. And I don't think they understood the assignment. I feel like there was a lot of missed opportunities. Even the actress, she actually criticized the original 1937 movie. Which, yeah, I can understand why people would criticize that, but that was more of a product of its time. They did the best with what they had at the time. And I know there was a lot of, like, sort of political views that were going on so far because of that, and it's like, this is not the time to use that as a means to voice it. Like, sure, have an opinion on today's current events, that's fine. But if you're making a movie, you have to show a level of professionalism. You gotta take your job seriously and not just use it as a means to an end that you don't really need to do. And the weird thing is that I've seen the actors who were working on this saying that it was going to be the next best thing. But really, with this one, stick to the animated films. Like, Disney, I'm like, what are you guys doing, huh? Have you heard the expression, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? And if it is broke, probably not worth fixing? This is what they mean. You decided to take the Mona Lisa and try to alter it so much that it's no longer the Mona Lisa. It's just a bizarre musical with a sort of pacing and scripting that verges on being something you would expect at a off-Broadway production from a very small theater. But it even fails at that, because it's not even capturing the magic, the aesthetic of what the original film was going for. Like, yeah, it probably aged pretty poorly, and admittingly, the animation for Snow White of the 37 film was probably a little frightening to some people. But it was also pretty impressive with the technology they had back then to pull it off. Seriously, like, you look back at all the tech that they had in 1937, it's impressive. It's uniquely impressive how they're able to pull it off. And I applaud the fact that so many families tried to do their best to give their kids a good time by seeing this film. I've heard the commercials about families praising the movie. My gut is telling me that they were paid to say that. I don't like to jump to conclusions like that, but that's what it feels like to me. So, if you guys want to watch this movie for some bizarre reason, at your own discretion. But for those of you who have a much more sounder mind, I would not recommend it. It is not worth it. It is not worth our time, not worth the effort, not worth any sort of headache that we could get from this. Just, no. 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 So, I apologize for going off that rant. It was one of those things I had to say because, well, it's frustrating. I don't want to be frustrated with a movie like this. I go to the movies because I want to have a good time, and it's expensive to go to the movies. And, yeah, stupidly, I went to see this in the theaters like a complete tool. I probably should have waited until it was on Disney Plus or Hulu, but here we are. Did OBS crash on me again? Please tell me it did not crash on me again. Come on. Don't do this to me. But, okay, yeah, there it is. I'm going in the Twitch frame. It's a little better now. Alright, so now that I have your attention, folks, it's time for us to look into something that is really important. I'm talking about something that's more important than life itself. And if you want to know what that importance is that we have a new guest in the bar. Very special guest, so to speak. Let's see. Does it want to load? I don't think it wants to load. Nothing in this computer wants to load for some reason. I should have known. Let's see. Come on. Will you please load? I mean, please, for the love of God, load. Why is this thing so slow? This is what I get for trying to do things on a budget. You ever try doing things on a budget? Like, just out of a whim? Not because you don't have the money to it. You probably do have the money for it. But I'm guessing some people would do it on a budget just to prove that they didn't have to spend an arm and a leg just to build something. And I would think, why? Well, probably because you could. But I think the lesson to that is that just because you have a plan, that doesn't mean you need to execute it. I don't think you need to go all out of your way to prove a point. In fact, if anything, probably shouldn't. Come on. Be nice to me today. I gotta tell you, this computer is like really slow today. I mean, it's always been slow, but it's uniquely slow now. If you're wondering why, well, I couldn't tell you why. I also need to make it a habit to put my phone in Do Not Disturb mode. I think the biggest problem I've always had in my life was that I always try to make myself readily available 24 hours a day. To just about everyone in particular. And I feel like that's what leads to a lot of stress, a lot of sort of self-deprecation in a way. Like, you always feel like, oh, I gotta be ready for these people, or I gotta be ready for them, or I should probably have my phone like extra loud so that I don't miss a call. And I feel like that's the problem. You can't be everywhere all at once. You have to sort of pick your battles and learn how to just, you know, live and let live. Yesterday, I actually had a job interview. I was trying to see if I could get myself into journalism, just so that I can actually earn a decent pay. And they gave me they said they'll call me kind of thing. And anyone who has been through the job searching process would know, anytime someone says they'll call you, they never call you. And that just seems to be a fact. So I went to this interview and it took me over an hour to get through. We were constantly talking back and forth, asking questions to each other, answering questions. I even tried to see how to be a little more productive. If there's one thing I've seen that's very relevant is that these places don't want the articles to be from a personal standpoint. Like, they want to be as unbiased as possible. Which I feel when you're doing that, you're handicapping yourself. So I try to argue why it would benefit to do something differently because, well, this current way that this company was doing it, it wasn't working. I know it wasn't working. They should know it was not working. And yet they continue it on. So we kept arguing back and forth about it. They just seemed like they were done talking to me, even at that point. And when I asked what he could expect it from me, I knew exactly what it was. They gave me stuff like, we need someone to be readily available to do these articles, like, right away. We have dozens of topics that need to be taken care of. We are very short-staffed, and we need you to do everything. If you guys don't remember, I was a freelancer who wrote articles for a comic book blog. Let's call them the 99-cent IGN. I feel like that's the best analogy I can use for them. So working there, the pay was awful, and it seemed like they wanted me to come up with more of the ideas than them. So I pitched a lot of ideas out. Let's talk about retro games. Let's talk about anime from the 90s. Let's talk about these movies. Let's talk about mecha. Let's talk about, what's going on with this game, or some games that people have never heard about. So, they threw me a bone and said, alright, we'll give you a chance. Which I thought was good. Then I started writing for them. And this is the payment that they get. I actually have it on a sticky note right here. It's been hanging on my desk for a long time now. So, this was how much they were paying me. For 500 to 1,000 words, $10. 1,500 to 2,500 words, $15. Then anything over 3,000, they would actually pay me a little over $30. And then after that, it would be like a little extra. Now, I felt like that would be fair until I realized what I was getting into. Not only was it impossible for me to go exactly well over 3,000 words on an article just so that I can get the most out of my time, I had to do a lot more than just writing. They expected me to do everything. They wanted me to do the proofreading. They wanted me to do spell check. They wanted me to do grammar check. They wanted me to link sources to where I found all this information. They wanted me to follow a certain format with headers and stuff like that. They wanted to even have me painstakingly look for pictures and put them in a certain aspect ratio. And I did this job for 3 years. You want to know what came out of that? Absolutely nothing. And after that interview for a potential full-time journalism gig, I could already tell what kind of place this was turning into. Not only did they want a yes man, they wanted a yes man to everything. They wanted me to work very unfair hours. They wanted me to work almost every single job that shouldn't even be my job. And for what? A minimum wage check and a pat on the back. So right when they said, we'll call you if we have anything planned for you, I knew I wasn't getting it. So you know what? I'm not wasting my time with them anymore. They can go find someone else. Like, I'm serious. Like, if you're the kind of person that doesn't want to be in a workplace that treats you unfairly, you should just never do it. Like, I know the whole thing is that you don't need to like your job to do it. If you're getting paid, that's good enough. And to that I say, yeah, you can do that. But where's your happiness at? Like, you don't have to be happy at work, but are you happy at life? What happens when you check out of it? Do you get to go home to a nice, quiet house? Do you have a wife or kids that you get to spend time with? Do you look forward to a nice, healthy meal after a long day's work? Do you ever find the time to even hang out with friends, just to sit down, get together, watch some movies, have a cup of coffee, just stuff like that? Very few people I've talked to about that, very few of them actually say yes, they have time for those things. But usually the first thing I hear, whenever that is, "Well, howdy, partner. Is that a tangerine with a top hat? Oh, you mean Sir Blubsalot? No, he's not a tangerine, he's a goldfish. Although I can see why you would think he's a tangerine. I mean, no offense, Sir Blubsalot, but, looks like you might have, gained a few pounds the last time you met. Hey. Oh, easy. Alright. I get it, Sir Blubs. That's fine. Alright, Reginald. Alright, just... Yeah. Yeah, we're all good. Yeah. You do not want to mess with this guy. He's seen some stuff in Vietnam. For those of you who don't know, Sir Blubsalot is our patron / unofficial mascot of the Crimson Sakura Lounge. He's also a very stickler when it comes to paying his tab, and he keeps refusing to give me any money. Why? Why is it? Never lend money to friends. You know what? I can't argue with that, because I still remember a friend in high school who still owes me $5. You really know how to mess with a guy, Christian. Anyways, where was I? Oh, right. Yeah. Terrible job. Don't do it. Don't do your work. It's a jungle out there. Move back with your parents. It'll be fine. Everyone does that. Anyways, since today we're going back to Umineko, we actually have room for another patron of the Crimson Sakura Lounge. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us all stand together and let's give a big round of applause for our very self-esteemed guest, a very adorable and well-respected woman who has definitely, without a doubt, earned her place alongside with the likes of Satoko Hojo. Please, everyone. Let's see, where's my... here it is. Everyone, please put your hands together for the well-respected and well-thought-out woman. Drumroll, please. Let's give a big round of applause to the one and only Maria Ushiomiya. Thank you for coming along today, ma'am. Welcome to the Crimson Sakura Lounge. Making your acquaintance with Miss Hojo. We hope you enjoy your stay, Maria. I'm sorry, Miss Lady Ushiromiya. We hope you enjoy your stay at the Crimson Sakura Lounge. We appreciate your family's patronage. Now then, we have finally reached the hour-long segment of our yapping. So it looks like we are just about ready to get into the game. Now, full disclosure, after reading some of this, I actually went back to see the little anime of Umineko to see how that was and how it compares to Higurashi. I was under the assumption that this was a lot easier to tolerate than Higurashi because Higurashi is very disturbing in a lot of aspects and you kind of need a strong stomach for some of the scenes. So I figured, okay, maybe Umineko has, toned down some about that stuff. I was met with an immediate shock of being wrong right after I was 3 episodes in. I don't want to spoil it for anyone. Let me just tell you this much, though. If you thought Higurashi was hard to stomach, you might need a barf bucket for Umineko. There are scenes in there that I really couldn't get to. I couldn't even talk about. Because even just talking about it, it made my stomach churn. So, I hope you guys had a good lunch because you're probably going to lose it after a bit. Also, we got our very own BRB screen now. Sort of. We had definitely got a little something. Huge thanks to Belmont Customs for that picture. If you don't know who Belmont Customs is, they are sort of our... they are our artist/violinist. They also do like a lot of sort of like vampire aesthetic kind of art. And they do a lot of work for us. And I've known them for years, so you can trust me when I say they do good jobs. Let's see, where do I have their info? I believe they have a blue sky. I do believe they have a blue sky. Aha! Found you. Yeah, so this is Belmont Customs. They do a lot of like D&D artwork. They've done like their own fantasy stuff. They also take on commissions every now and then. So if you're very interested to see what they are like, go check out Belmont's Customs over here. They do amazing work. Ask them for commissions. They definitely do pretty good stuff. They're not as big as some like top tier corpo stuff, but they do good work. They definitely do good work. Let's see. Are they even... I believe they have a Twitch account. If they do, that would help. I want to shout them out, like, really quick. Let me just check really quickly. They're always very busy because they're actually a much more responsible adult than I am. They actually have a job. One that actually pays a decent wage, even though it's they have to deal with very interesting clients. And by that I mean they deal with a lot of Pokemon diehard fans, a lot of card collectors, a lot of people who like to make life hard for everyone only because they seem to have this notion that they are better than everyone just because they know useless trivia that nobody knows. And, well, definitely isn't always the... Well, it ain't always the best of times for them. Let's see. I kind of wish that they could pop into my streams every now and then, but I recognize that they have their own lives, they have their own problems, and I respect that. Like, honestly, the fact that I get like maybe a couple of people in here, just that alone is a godsend to me. Because I know that there are other people they could be watching, and other people that are probably so much more entertaining and better looking than I am. I definitely do my best, for sure. I always feel like I can do better, though. Let's see. Do they have... They might have changed their name. Oh, here they are. Yeah. Gender fluid. Which is pretty cool. Good on them for coming out like that. Let me just give a quick shout out to Belmont Customs. They're just starting out. So, you know, maybe sometime in the future, we'll see about bringing them on, and, you know, we can all do some sort of weird collabs with each other or reading scripts. Or maybe we'll see how far we can push the boundaries of Twitch and read those kind of visual novels if you guys want to. Okay, so there's our shout out. Now, we're already right past the hour mark, which is a miracle. We're going to take a short intermission and get ready for the stream. So, everyone, get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, get some chores done. We'll be back in just a moment. Alright, and we're back. Now, isn't that BRB screen a lot better than just looking at the start screen? I think that shows a level of professionalism, don't you? Now then, When we last left off, we got a very good idea what kind of family this is. The kids seem to be not all that interested in about their money. They really rather be living their own lives, so to speak, rather than worrying about big money. Is my device connected? Okay, That was weird. My microphone crashed out on me for some reason. I think it might be a loose wire or something. God, I hope not. Anyways, we got a good idea of what kind of family we're dealing with. The eldest of the household is not a really nice person, so to speak. A lot of the adults are really just bickering and trying to get in each other's skin. Some are trying to be good parents, while others are still acting like they're teenagers. The kids really have no interest in any of the inheritance. They'd rather be living their own lives. And now there's talk about a witch being involved. And the worst part is, a lot of the help that's around here, they seem to be having a hard time cooperating with each other, and they get treated like shit. So, already a very interesting dynamic. I don't know what we can expect from the others, so to speak. This may be just one of those things where we might end up with a rather divisive family. Let's see. I hope that's not too loud. That's definitely too big. Too big. We'll do this much. This should do it. Alright. I feel like I'm at a beach resort already. A lot of water splashing. Like, I think right here's good, right? I think that will do it. Alright. Bing bong. Alright. Let's go back to where we left off. Still in episode 1, interestingly enough. There's 4 episodes, but these episodes seem to be a little long. So we'll see how far we actually get. Whoa, that is loud. That is loud. Let's go right here. I think that'll do it. Alright, here we are. The 4 of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages: adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other 3 kept listening all attentively. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could have ever imagined in the past 6 years. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable talking like this, but I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed. I agree. You haven't changed a bit even after like 6 years. Even though your body's still gotten gigantic, you're still got a kid on the inside. Ew. I'm a kid too. I'm a kid too. Well, even you aren't going to be a kid forever, are you, Maria? I mean, you're going to transform from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't you? And when that happens, that flat as a board chest will reach Jessica's level, huh? When that happens, you gotta let me touch him, okay? It's a promise. Ooh. Let you touch him. Promise. Ooh. No, Maria-chan. You cannot make that kind of promise. That's bad. Bad, bad. Ooh. I promise, so I'll let him touch him. I will keep my promises. Always keep them. Ooh. Oh boy. I can't tell if Battler is being serious or not, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he's just trying to, you know, make things slightly hilarious. After all, they are cousins. Maria, you really are an earnest good girl. The guy you're gonna marry is gonna be really lucky. Hey! Stop trying to make the subject by making it sound pretty. Maria, that promise can, like, never happen. Never. Well, the promise is canceled? As I thought, with Battler-kun and our little quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete. These 6 years have been kind of lonely. That's true. We didn't really, like, goof off like this. Still, we didn't have some pretty constructive conversations, right? Stuff about preparing our future, exam taking, finding jobs. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now that I'm here, we'll just talk about stupid stuff and mess around. But I'm having more fun this year. That's true. I agree that this year's the most fun we've had yet. Maria's sincere words, probably spoken for everyone present. She really is a really good soul, isn't she? Maria, you're one of the good ones. I hope that you don't turn into a violent serial killer in the near future. Hopefully. Please, don't. For the love of God, I can't handle that anymore. I can't handle it. I cannot handle cute girls being complete psychopaths with knives. Okay. Calm down. Just sipping on my coffee. And I need more coffee. I have yet to meet somebody who has yet to hate coffee or can't go through their day without caffeine. It is an addiction that cannot be cured. And you know what? I don't want to cure it. I'm just going to feed that addiction even more. Okay, now I'm warm inside. George Haneke stroked Maria's head, and she giggled like a happy kitten. Now, isn't that a cute gesture? Pardon me, your meal is ready. A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Jessica answered brightly. Shannon, come on in. You remember Battler, right? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age. It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years. It's me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Jessica had me surprised, but look at you, Shannon-chan. You turned into a total beauty too, haven't you? You're too kind. Still, the food on this island must be really nutritional, right? What are you eating? And how are you trained to get boobs that big? Guess I'll have to feel them a bit and see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger, okay? Calm it down, champ. With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer some sort of strange disease that make my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, which can only be prevented by fondling breasts. This is just a battler-style method of communication. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered. Right. So I can use this Battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that, and then break the ice. Well, it also means I really get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance, though, right? Like that ever happened. Oh wow. We're getting really close right now. We're getting dangerously close to woman, and Shannon looks really cute from up close. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon-chan's boobs. But the counter-strike had yet to come. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on. But she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Hey! I wasn't playing on this. Something goes correct for once? What is going on here? Why isn't nobody trying to roundhouse kick him or give him an uppercut to the chest? Please hit me right now, or I'm seriously gonna... Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Ah! There it is. For a second there, I was getting scared that, we were about to run into a PR nightmare. Ow! Thank you so much, Jessica. Why the hell are you thanking me? Huh? Seriously, my bad, Shannon-chan. I almost got overwhelmed by your hypnotic chest. More importantly, anyone who gets that close has got to be a molester. You gotta fight back when people do that. But you are an important guest, Battler-sama. Now look here. A pervert's a pervert whether he's a guest or not. I agree. At least Battler has some semblance of gentlemanism. A girl's chest's gotta have an air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters or so. Once someone tries to trespass within 2 meters of that, that's already an invasion of airspace. So you better scramble the jets immediately and give him an instant slap. Preferably with a really smooth and light twisty motion. You ever see one of those slap competitions where really big guys slap each other in the face to see who can knock out who? There's some pretty dangerous people over there. You wouldn't think a slap would be that dangerous, but, oh boy. Once a slap hits you, it hits you. I couldn't do such a thing. Because we are, furniture. Of course, she didn't want her breasts touched. But if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to the suit there once. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. I agree. Shannon, don't sell yourself short. You are not furniture. You are a human being. Try and be a much more stronger and more independent woman. To think such a devoted girl still existed in this era. It's enough to make a man dizzy. But no. No! I'm coming at you with a perverted face again. Knock me down. Look out. Pervert on the loose. This gag cannot end and you deliver the punch to the line, so slap me. Please. Hit me. I cannot fulfill your request, because I'm furniture. But if it were an order, I'd obey you, because that is my duty. The fact that Shannon compares herself to furniture is kind of sad. Like, I don't like servants to be like that way. I mean, they're actual human beings. They shouldn't be treated like they're objects. They're getting paid a wage. They're delivering your food, doing your laundry, making sure your dishes are clean, keeping your house tidy. Like, come on. Show them a little respect every once in a while. How broken do you have to be to make that comparison that you're furniture and not a human being? It's almost kind of sad, really. I get, like, there's... Like, yeah, there is a pecking order that has to be aligned. Like, you know, there's a certain chain of command in certain aspects. But, you know, if your servant is doing more work than you, maybe you should consider treating them a little bit better, you know? It really doesn't sound fair to make them be that way. To where they have to say, yeah, I'm furniture, so you can do whatever you want to me. Then I'll make it in order. The next time Battler-kun tries to touch your breasts, counterattack with a slap. Got it? Yes. As you wish. From now on, that's what I'll do. Please understand, Battler-sama. Shannon-chan announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show I was fine with her with that. 6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand to your parents' work. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How long have you been working here? Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. Wow. She's Shannon. The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. Now here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying much attention to it. Thinking about it now, though, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiro-Mira family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Kennen-kun's, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6 years old. Her appearance has changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person in my memories. But we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her had always been there. But she did seem to have developed the allure you'd expect of a girl her age. Especially in her breasts. Yes. That kid we met earlier, Kennen-kun, is her little brother, actually. He's not exactly my little brother. Still, he loves me like a big sister. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? He's the same as always. If only he were just a little more sociable. I apologize if he caused you any trouble. Nah, he didn't cause any trouble at all. As a fellow man, I can understand how moody you can get at that age. It's no surprise he's unsociable. Ooh, I get called that all the time too. I get called unsociable, just like Cannon. Ooh. You aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama. Ooh? Wanted to be like him. Ooh. You said the meal was ready, right? Yes. I'm sorry. Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we make her stick around any more for light conversation, it would actually make it hard for her to do her job. So we got up from our butts to avoid interfering from her work any further. So, shall we go to the mansion? Everyone's probably hungry, right? Yeah. I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food. That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking. Oh, I can't wait. Let's go, Maria. We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs. Stuff ourselves like pigs. No. You can't take everything Battler-kun says seriously, okay? Because he's always just joking around. Okay, let's go. Under Shannon's guidance, we head towards the mansion. Now that is one impressive-looking mansion. Flowers are much more pretty, though. And that maze. Wow. Met once again by the magnificent rose garden, we continue onward as the intimidating mansion of the Ushiromiya head family came to view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost half a century hanging about it. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. That's not good. If there was a house that had really bad AC or heating, I'm out. Like, if you think you can sell me a house that doesn't have either of those, we're done. We're cooked. I will check into a hotel. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kokatsu? I don't think these guys are willing to do that. I don't know why, but every time that happens, I get like Resident Evil flashbacks. I mean, it happens. These mansions always end poorly in these kind of stories. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him I remembered. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. Battler-sama, it has been quite some time since we last met. As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. Genji-san, it really has been a while. You look well. Thank you. I have been quite well. And Battler-sama, you have become a splendid young man. You are beginning to resemble the master in his youth. I look like grandfather? Guess that means grandfather was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young. From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please come this way. Shannon-chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people, who had been beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though time had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver. And you might even call him grandfather's companion for many years. In fact, it seems he was by grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. He's pretty up there in age. I would have to assume he's been around for quite some time. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning, when this mansion was first constructed. Which that would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through a massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. What is it? Huh? Oh. Oh, what is this? What is this? Another woman? Wow. Now there's a face only a mother could love. It actually looks like a really nice painting, too. I wonder if this was hand-drawn. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back. Sorry. Hey, Jessica. Has this picture always been here? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too. Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? When was it again? Well, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was put on display sometime around the year before last. You are correct, sir. In April of the year before last, the master put it on display there, having it previously ordered a painter to create it. Grandfather did that? So he paid someone to have it painted just for him, huh? The portrait suited this western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she possessed made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged women you often see in these famous pictures. If she had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair and didn't look Japanese at all. So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Ooh, I know. She's Beatrice. What? Beatrice. She's a witch. Didn't you ever hear the stories about her long ago? A witch? You mean the witch of this island? I think I already said this before, but Rokenjima is a small island only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive considering that only the Ushiromiya family lives here. So, only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as it was when it was uninhabited. The vast, empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come to save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. You see, this is why I don't like going to the countryside. A guy can easily get killed in a place like this. It seems a little, there is such a thing as too little around. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be completely wrapped in darkness, since there were no streetlights. And since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place. But to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. They were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who've gone out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out in the forest are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own. That is true. If children were to go to play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so too. Maybe grandmother said it first, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story's been passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rokenjima was born. This is the legend of Rokenjima's witch. That's why when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Kind of think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, those eerie nights when the wind and rain were pouring out in the windows, I remember being terrified of a story of the forest witch who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? When Anaki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. I see. Still, I totally forgot that the witch in that legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made, just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story? She's a witch from grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had that picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the differences between truth and fantasy. To us, she's just a witch that existed in grandfather's mind. But to him, she's a being that exists on this island. Exists, in quotations. He says he had that painting made because the rest of the world would be incapable of understanding otherwise. The whole thing's as creepy as hell. Milady, this portrait is precious to Master. I beg of you, do not say such things in front of him. I know. Even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that. Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away. Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining room. Ooh, I'm hungry. Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Shiromiya family. All of the lawless remainder was the domain of the witch Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I felt when I learned of the tutelary god's shrine being struck by lightning. And I remembered that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island, but I do know one thing. It isn't the Shiromiya family that rules Rokenjima. It's the witch Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. Battler! Ugh, you're so slow! When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. I guess he's being caught by Beatrice's gaze. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked. I have brought the children. Please pardon the intrusion. The doors were opened and we were invited inside. Nice dining hall. The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make guests conscious of their rank. Haven't these guys ever heard of a little table? Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. "You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat." The old bastard pressed us to sit. Only the gaps in the group were the spots we were supposed to sit in, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seats at the head of the table, called the inceptance chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. From the perspective of someone facing the inceptance chair head on, the seating order went on from left to right, with the lower ranking seats progressing in the rows of two further away from it. So the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the inceptance chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. It looks like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. Across from his chair on the right of the first row sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Eva, who was the third highest rank. Left-hand side of the second row was for the fourth highest rank. There sat my damn dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him on the right of the second row sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But nope. The left-hand seat in this third row, ranked number 7, that belonged to Jessica. Opposite of her was George Aniki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat right across from me. Then finally, next to me on my left-hand side of the fifth row, sat Aunt Natsui, the 10th highest in rank. And opposite of her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsui, in the 6th row, and the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kire-san. The seat opposite to Kire-san was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners. But the Yoshiromiya family system was unique. I can tell. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of the direct descendant would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses that have no blood ties are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by this system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me, if she were still alive. In their youth, they obeyed their father. After they get married, their husband. Then after aging, their children. There is an old saying, women have no home in any realm. That's actually a very terrible way of looking at it. A little misogynistic, I think. But then again, I'm just a normal person, so what do I know? Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all of this out, I thought it was so great that we could all sit and chat in little groups, adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine in the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsui, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat right next to me, which meant she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. I can already guess. And that's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down. How nice of you to see you, Battler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Oh, yep. 6 long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through. Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now? I guess about 180 centimeters? But Aunt Natsui, that's where you're supposed to say, heck, sounds like all you did was eat. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. After a short pause, she did a laugh with me, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. I guess that one went a little over her head. This woman is Aunt Natsui. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? I mean, you should have started with that. It would have given me less of a headache. Just saying. It feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things with a scary look on her face. In fact, since we hardly ever exchanged words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her. Though my efforts seemed to have ended in failure. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. Jeez. Imagine not having anything to eat since this morning, and then you skip lunch because you were expecting a large dinner. And then the guy took over 2 hours to get to that seat. 2 damn hours. I just wanted a drumstick. But no! I had to learn how to practice etiquette. I still haven't figured out how to figure out which of the 11 forks I needed to use, or which knife was proper to use to cut my steak. Like, seriously. How is anyone supposed to know the difference between a soup spoon and a teaspoon, and all the way over to a water spoon? What the fuck is a water spoon? Haven't any of you read the memo? Chopsticks exist. Anyway, I digress. I hate hoity-toity places like these. I do. I compare mansions like this to museums. They're very nice, they're very elegant, they're very expensive, very cold, and you're not allowed to touch anything. And I know, that's supposed to be a status symbol. That's supposed to show years of dedication of hard work, family inheritance, grinding through many sacrifices, blah, 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 blah. But at the same time, it's like, if you're not enjoying yourself, and if you're just a miserable lump who can't even enjoy their dinner, how is that even a good thing? That you have all this money, you have all these really nice things, but you're not really paying attention to how people are approaching it. It just pisses me off. Like, generally, it pisses me off. Now, granted, the Crimson Sakura Lounge might look really nice, but it's not meant to be like a place where, you know, the 1% go to have breakfast brunch for the company picnic, to talk about stock exchange, what to do for the next 3%, or how our fiscal year is going to look after this sale. It's a place for nostalgia and unwinding and just having a good time. Places like this mansion, it really makes me want to put up Liberty spikes on me, set fire to a trash can, and fight the establishment. Oh well, I guess we're supposed to be the classy person here, though. Might as well make do with the meager accommodations. So as long as Grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Not even the I hate places that do that. Like, is it really that bad to have a few chips and salsa? Or a breadstick? Or, I don't know, an onion ring or a moss stick or two? Just until something comes out? You gotta give your family something to nibble on. I would even take an afternoon tea or a coffee if I wasn't allowed to eat yet. Speaking of which, I almost forgot my coffee. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for Grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived. Grandfather's pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time. Well, that might have been true 6 years ago, but it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals. Still, I figured he'd at least come down like today. Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. Jessica! When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. This is why you need to have someone who knows how to sneak in a pizza. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. Oh boy. This is going to be a long day, isn't it? Ushiromiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ushiromiya head family. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, or rather, perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In this sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors were somehow sweet and heavy. That is kind of weird. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they would do would be to open a window and ventilate this room. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. Oh, that's what it was. I thought that was the music. A voice calling "Father" sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. "Silence! Enough with that racket, you fool! Who told you the door would be open if you but knocked? I'll crucify the imbecile. Do you wish to suffer that same fate?" Father, this is the day of the family conference, which happens only once a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below. Please come out. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call him from the corridor like this. Molest me not! Just who is this everyone which you speak of? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out here? Then kill them all! Tear them apart, use their bodies for firewood, and feed them into the witch's hearth. Put a pot into that hearth to boil the warm wood. Force the imbeciles who dare to lure me out here to drink from the broth of the apocalypse. I will soak their dredge in liquor. Where is Genji? Call for Genji. Have my demonic absinthe prepared. The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer. Where is Genji? Bring him here! On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out. Looks like he hates me to the core. My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though it's saying, "It's no use," and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had to try it as a formality. Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? Could you just let them see your face, if only for a short while? Shut up! Be silent! You dare to admonish me, Nanjo? I never told anyone to get you. I told them to get Genji. Now call for him immediately. Time is short and the apostles are all readying their trumpets. So why can't you foolish sheep understand? Kinzo slammed an old heavy book against the table over and over. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open, as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, "Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything, and there is only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you. Oh, commanders of the legions of locusts, reap the smiles of the earth." Everything is filthy. Everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days? Call for Genji. I have no idea what he's yelling about. He's probably lost his mind by now. Kraus-san, isn't it a bit harsh to say things like that about your own father? My father is already dead. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was. At any rate, he has no intention of coming out. There's nothing we can do. Kinzo-san. Choking coughs continued to pour from the study. I'm going back downstairs. It would be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prize cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house. Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji-san, Father is calling for you. Keep him company. Certainly. Dr. Nancho, let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, the sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. Without waiting for Nancho, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nancho to go and eat. Nancho glanced between the study door and Kraus's back as the latter disappeared down the stairs, then let out a deep sigh. Sorry, Genji-san, but please allow me to leave this in your hands. Yes, please leave it to me. Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol. That's a habit far too difficult to break. Is Genji not here yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Where's Genji? Call for Genji! Please, allow me to handle the situation here. Very well. Forgive me. Nancho bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knock on the study of the door. Master, it is Genji. Genji! Why have you kept me waiting for so long? You're alone, I trust? Correct. I am alone. Ginzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. A remote lock? Paranoid much? Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things, to him, were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. I've heard of a prisoner in your own home, but this is ridiculous. Genji, whom he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see Kinzo's face. And most of the time, what they had got could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb his aging family, who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of the servants. Genji, my usual. I'm busy. Yes, sir. Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. All alcohol is poison. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Ginzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. But if you try to call them old books, Ginzo would fly into a rage and say, "Call them grimoires." There were also many mysterious objects that presumably had some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on a certain celestial globe contain quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's sky. The carelessly shrewd about books contain many illustrations. All of them are religious or mysterious in nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magical circles. And above all else, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and ornate glass, unless someone first told them that it was alcohol. He had poured a little into the glass. Then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the green liquid turned into a cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning it to its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and it had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked it over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. "Here, master." "Thank you." Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazing down at the scenery beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set upon it on the table, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. "Drink, my friend." "Your words are too kind for me. No need for ceremony between us. Drink, my friend." "Thank you." Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined to a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down. "I attempt to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish." "Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, master." Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habit. "We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago. It is entirely thanks to you, master, that I have been able to live like this until today." Kinzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need the flattery. "Until now, you have served me exceedingly well. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me. Only you serve me even now. Your words are more than I deserve. My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands. Kraus is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. And then he has the gall to claim that he's earned any money. Ava is a slave to money who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make broth. That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere and about whom he know nothing of. Jessica is an incompetent and uneducated. George has none what it takes to be a man. Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushiromiya family. And Maria is obscene to the eye. Why is the Ushiromiya blood so incompetent? Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built? Of course, I know. This is part of Beatrice's curse. I know it. You golden witch. Are you trying to take advantage? Are you trying to take revenge against me this way? If you want to hate me, then do so. If you want to run away, then run. I won't let you go. 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 You belong to me. You must always be in my arms. For all of my life. You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me. Beatrice, why won't you just smile back at me? Oh, Beatrice! Oh. After howling, Genso choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. Thank you, my friend. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing 2 different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. And so, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I had one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of gamble. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery, to nail a cursed doll into a tree. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. Many miracles that happen in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power, with a low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. The risk of that desperate situation, cornered by the soldiers on the Red Sea's shores, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. Huh. Interesting. So he's actually saying that magic has some sort of place in religion, huh? If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail to part. After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless, immeasurable results on the roulette of those power. This is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds. Indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracles is magic power itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. However, people who truly possess magic power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards come true. Kinzo looked up to the sky outside. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up into the skies. If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh, Beatrice. Beatrice. Show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile. That is all. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave to me. I just want to see your smile. I beg you, Beatrice. Oh. His nonsensical yells became a scream, and then a wail. Kinzo slumped into the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamations. This man definitely seems troubled. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the family head's health is not at its best. He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all, now that you have all gathered for this event that occurs but once a year. Goda, let the lunch begin. Certainly. I shall begin today's luncheon. Dr. Nancho, is Father's condition really that bad? Couldn't he have at least let us see his face? It's more of a problem of mood than a physical condition. And for that, there's no medicine I can prescribe. Hey, are we talking about his mood again? You've got to be kidding me. We took time out of our schedules during this damn busy autumn season just to come and find out how he's doing. And now he's... Then you should be happy, Rudolph. You now know how he's doing. Or what? Would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Are you kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though, Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was. He wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting. Does it seem like his mood will improve before dinner, Kraus-Nissan? I have no idea. If you want to know that, you should ask him directly. Although, I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him. Genji-san's the only one who can get Father out of that funk. It's pretty pathetic, though, making the servants deal with your own parents' bad mood. Jessica, don't speak out of turn. She planned for her complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had even reached Krause's ears. Oops. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking. If he's as cranky as they make him sound, He can't be that terribly sick, right? I mean, they're saying that he's in a bad mood, not that he's got no energy, which at least proves that he has some of his wits about him. It's because Grandfather has especially strong willpower. However, that doesn't mean his body will be able to keep up. Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months left. If the initial diagnosis was correct, Grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone. It's right for us to worry about him. Lunch started with the family's head seat still empty. The man who should be sitting there had already grown old, and the brilliant glory which he had rebuilt the Ushiromiya family in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt that was odd anymore. Ugh. Oh boy. Oh boy. What's going on? Why isn't it already 1:30? What's going on? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I need a little drink. So much like Higurashi, it seems like there's signs of split personalities happening. Now, whether that's caused by some sort of physical altercation or not, it's really unsure. But it definitely seems like there's some work in play. And the fact that they're including the signs of magic into this really is interesting. So I'm really curious how Beatrice plays a role in this. Let's see. Alright. I have to start to dinner really quick. So you guys just chill out for a bit. And, let's see. Let's put it on Shannon's. She seems pretty cool. Alright. I'll be back in just a moment. I was gone. Okay. I apologize for the long wait. I forgot to see that it was National Philly Cheesesteak Day. So I made myself a very, I mean, it's not the best cheesesteak I ever made, but I still enjoy it. Anyways, I'll eat this in a bit. For now, let's get back into the game. Or, the story. I mean, I guess it technically is a game, but whatever. The Ushiromia Family Conference was held once every year on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out on grandfather's children, and no one on his family was considered an adult until they had met him with success in business. So this meeting was literally a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profits were earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past. This feels less like a family meeting and more like a little appointment with a student loan officer. My dad said it like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that became a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, "while the demon is not around, everyone can relax," comes to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I hadn't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, Uncle Krauser. This name is surely easy to read. Krausu. Now that we've gotten used to this string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed. So Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. It even starts to sound kind of cool. Just like with Aunt Natsui, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat with children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults just like Aunt Natsui. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he said is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling, and was despised by all the other siblings. Though, despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together. Oh well. Even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationship can change. That is very true. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams from my father on her left, purposely faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Smart. Moving on. Let's look at the end from the opposite end of Kraus and the others. Hold on a minute. Okay, I try to drink some water to clear my throat, and it just made it tense up even more. I don't know why. Alright, let's try this again. In the very last seat of the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique was sat facing Kirei-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only been introduced to him, but it seems he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man named Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and had been living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and had built up a relationship over several decades. Though at first, that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies. But it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. That kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, with his love of all things Western. Nanjo's probably the only person who could enter Rokenjima despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looks like a calm old gentleman as he listened to the discussion between Kirei and other women who sat near to him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered father, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. He definitely has the patience of a saint, I'll give him that. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it'd be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but consider how rich grandfather is. At the time of his death, his wealth will be suddenly released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid. And it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. There's a good chance they'll be talking about this stuff like that at the family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Oh, you would be wrong about that one, Battler. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that incipient chair is Ushiromiya Kinzo. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family had these weird names, but he's got the perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something. I'd totally freak out. As you probably guessed by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation with my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go convince grandfather to come down seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. Hold on. Sorry about that. I really need to cough that out. Okay. Here we go. You can't really tell grandfather's story without converting that pivotal event back before the Showa era, i.e., 1926 to 1989. Ah, so that was the Showa era. Until the Meiji, 1868 to 1912, and Taisho, 1912 to 1926 eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to double over, laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of a branch family, and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquakes in the year Taisho 12, 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family in Odawara was flattened. That's actually scary. Ugh. I am sorry. My throat keeps closing up for some reason. Okay, I'm good now. Nope, I'm not. This is annoying. Okay. Alright, I can do this. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burnt down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So, once they started trying to figure out who the successors to the Ushiromiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo and his branch family. In Kinzo's latter reminiscence, he referred to this as good fortune so great that it overturned fate. Huh, that almost rhymes. With that, grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with this task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently those around him really weren't expecting much. However, this was when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. It was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. Sorry, I was trying to take a bite of my sandwich before it got cold. Okay, I'm ready. However, after several miracles and turns of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance of taking advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Grandfather, in a twinkle of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces while becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some serious deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning, when he started investing his money. The history books make it all sound like all of Japan made a large profit off the emergency demands during the Korean War. But that isn't actually true. Oh, really? Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, Grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure this happened during the year of Showa 25, 1950 or so. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in Taisho 13, 1924. So, that means Grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family in only about 20 years to a level even higher than it had ever been before. That's actually pretty impressive. Like, seriously. He literally took, like, the scraps of what was left of the wealth, pretty much putting himself on the line as well, and basically did a complete 180 of the entire family. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara. But for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Uzu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can do ordinarily today. I mean, unless if you were someone stupid like Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, I guess you couldn't. However, Grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied the establishment for a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. Ah, now that's a clever move. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I've heard, the Tokyo Metropolitan of that day offered this land to him practically for free. Damn. Grandpa has some pull. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under-the-table bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Ha! Suck it! Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the storm seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune in his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact. Grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with the emotion and atmosphere in a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made good use of his fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Really? He must have some really good luck if he's able to live off of just dividends from stocks. Alright. Sorry, I had to take a bite of my sandwich. I am really hungry. Well, he's just that incredible. He's the kind of person that usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future. Or at least, that is how they're portrayed after the fact. But Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Just like I am blessed with extraordinary good looks. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up all alone on an island where all of his dreams are made real. Yeah, that's true. Everyone knows that he's had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving his family cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, Grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. From what I've heard, those around him warmly, watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased. But there's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out, thinking, that's disgusting. I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles with both opportunities and risks. Let's say Grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace. Never becoming more than an average salaryman. Well, geez, you didn't have to hit me that hard. If that had happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere happily talking behind his boss's back. Just like any self-respecting person. No. Not in a fancy dining hall like this. More like at a table at some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Oh wait, hold on 1 second, I have to go to the bathroom. Okay. Sorry about that. I was holding it off for a while. Okay. Let's continue this for real now. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Yeah, no such luck here. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. Now that's the best idea I've heard all day. I'm already convinced by that sashimi salad appetizer. Goda-san's an excellent chef. Plus these fish were caught by the adjacent seas, weren't they? They're totally different from the sashimi you get at the supermarket. Hey, quit it, battler. Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it. You say that even though you love those cheap pubs. I've eaten at many unusual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them. I'd be willing to bet Goda-san used to be pretty well known in those circles. Well, I don't know the details, but stuff got complicated with the long-standing hotel he used to work at. What with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was. In the middle of it all, he was apparently forced to retire. At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for her servant. As Goda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile. The world is a difficult place. However, thanks to the madam, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again, this time for the Ushiro Miya family. Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number of people, I also find it quite entertaining to perform a more delicate work that can please the limited number of those who have employed me. All this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the madam. Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsui. That's because you're the most talented of the applicants. The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings, so there really is no need to thank me. Dang. Why does Aunt Natsui always have to sound so indifferent? Take the freaking compliment, woman! If only she spoke with a little more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart. Please excuse us. Now then, let us move on to today's dessert. Goda-san and the others laid out beautifully adorned dessert out in front of all of us. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. I thought I'd already fill up on the delicious food, but as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started to yell more. Yeah, I've had that happen to me more than once. More than once. I don't know much about desserts, but this one looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce. And elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful, delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, Now, it's okay. This part's sour. Valor, this one's no good. Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces. What, some of them are good, some bad? Okay, I'll give it a go. Apparently one sauce was sweet and the other was sour. That's interesting. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck a little in my finger and licked it. Whoa! One of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I would have expected it was lemon. But I couldn't guess what kind of sourness it would be if it was red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Hey, Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff? Uh, Shannon-chan hesitated. Maybe her job was to set the table, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seemed pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? While Aunt Natsui made a gesture that seemed to indicate on an oncoming headache, Kumasawa-san, who was setting the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle. What do you think we made it out of? It'll shock you. Huh? I don't have a clue. Wait a sec. Kumasawa-san, that laugh's pretty creepy. So, what is it? Don't tell anyone, okay? Listen very carefully. Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. The interest caught Jessica, George Aniki, and of course Maria, also putting their ears close. What? What? Quickly! Quickly! You see, the sour part is made from juice squeezed from a mackerel. What? Mackerel? That's crazy, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely. Oh, mackerels are sour. This is what comes out when you squeeze them. When Maria started clamoring that mackerels were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Only Aunt Rosa, with her face red, whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only once prepared with shimisaba. What's shimisaba? Hold on. I'm curious now. Let's see. Shimisaba is a cured mackerel fillet that's great for sashimi as well as a sushi topping. Ah, so it's cured mackerel, huh? Weird. So they were eating basically a sweeter mackerel? Ah, now I totally remembered. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me into all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has to be that one. Those flimsy black things in the Chinese dishes. They're kigurage, mushrooms. She told me that they were penguin meat, and I went all around the school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Kumasawa-bachan, you sure haven't changed. You know Maria's gonna believe it now, right? It was just a joke. Now Goda-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is, won't he? Goda looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason. But after clearing his throat, he introduced the dessert to us. Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert. After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier today, I finished the panna cotta in a rose garden style. The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very rose garden. The sauce is a combination of 2 reds, strawberry, and rose hips. Please enjoy this mixture of the strawberry sweetness and the rose hips sourness. Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid eating them while you eat. With that said, please enjoy. Huh. You know, I've never heard of a sauce being made with rose hips and actual flowers. I know there are edible flowers, but this is just a little out there. Whoa. Man, I almost want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. As Goda-san elaborated on the details of this dessert, it started to feel more appetizing. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? Maybe both, just to be safe. The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint that we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and untimely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you get used to it and bored halfway through. But if you reach the sour sauce at that point, you'd really get a vivid taste. And then once you return to the sweet sauce, all the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised the taste in its presentation. How is it, madame? Splendid as always. It is worthy of entertaining our guests. I am most grateful for your words. Madam, did you know? I have heard that rose hips have the ability to cure headaches. I thought that you in particular would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared. Is that so? Thank you. See? Didn't I tell you, Natsuhi-ni-san? Rose hips is great for headaches. So it seems. I do hope it actually helps. Ha! Goda-san, I love ya! Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they treating ya? Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you like. Having your talent confined to this small island is a sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. What do you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all of our customers? Hideyoshi-san, are you trying to steal away our Goda? Now that won't do at all. We better start treating Goda better or he'll get snatched up. Yes, you really should. If you don't, someone's gonna grab him and you'll be stuck with 3 meals Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking for a day, won't you? That's harsh. It seems someone's holding a grudge against me. Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, make people smarter, and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent it on the inside. Ah, interesting. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kind of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory. In that case, if you'll excuse me, I prepared yourself for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for all of you, so please, you better be looking forward to it. We sure will. Can't wait to get all puckered up from tonight's shimesaba. That sounds like a wonderful idea. I wonder how they'll be serving any good Japanese sake. Oh, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Rokenjima's famous mackerel soju? Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show had totally been stolen, explain in a serious tone that we would have been having calf steak for dinner. Kumasawa-san, thanks for doing that back there. As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa may have played dumb, but she had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler asked her about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake like Goda, her life would be that much easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. You know, there's always an old saying, everyone is good at something, but nobody is good at everything. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That's why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue. I just heard from Genchi-san that there will be a change in the afternoon shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening. I'm jealous. Huh? Oh, sorry. I haven't checked the shift chart yet. Ah, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you helped out a bit before your break. Yes. I would be delighted to help. To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. Well, that's nice. That's a real nice thing. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently, they prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsui. Maria said that she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't have any, and told us children to go play outside. Balor-kun, why don't we go for a walk outside? Go ahead and take a look at the roses or something. But keep a close eye on the weather. The sky's still clear, but the weather report kept on talking about rain. Oh, I want to go to the beach. The beach. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Playing on the sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, is it? Ah, good point. Okay, let's all go to the beach then. Ooh, let's go. Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet, or your shoes. Won't get wet. That obedience is so cute. Battler-kun, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay? Sure, leave it to me. Hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself, listening to Kirei like that. Why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change? Heh! Hell no. Let's go, everyone. Come on. The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who was pushing a servant cart and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst. Rudolph's family sure seems close. It's a wonderful thing. Quit it. We're no match for your family, Aniki. That's true. You've raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. I imagine that's yet another fruit of your talent and education and training, Natsui-ni-san. Thank you. Natsui answered coldly. The conversation broke off and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence, because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture. Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever, but they start getting huge and all of a sudden, then they're adults like us. Battler-kun looks like a completely different person now. His body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid. Though you could say the same about my husband. I wonder where the border between children and adult is. I still don't feel as though I've grown up. Isn't that pitiful? That's not something the mother of a child should say. That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults now. So I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level, rather than an emotional one. This ought to be interesting. When Eva smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. It felt as though the pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out the window. Ruh-roh. Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations. It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses its mark, just as it always has. Oh, what is it you've always endeavored to do? My. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them into this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa. Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that whether she agreed or disagreed, she earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling. Quinn Aneki. We better get started on our main topic while the brats aren't around. Let us make that our intellectual decision. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh, and some let out a small look of resignation across their face. They were approaching their unavoidable, true agenda. Looks like we're all getting down to brass tacks, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months. Which I guess means he's got negative 9 months left now. Sorry, I was eating my sandwich. I would just shove the whole thing in my mouth, but I don't want to risk choking on it. Whoops, I forgot to unmute myself. Glad I caught in time. Alright, let's get back to it. Shall we take that to mean it might suddenly happen at any time? The family head is still alive and well. The fact that you bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san. Still, Natsui-san. This is the sort of thing you can't put off until after something happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this the perfect time to talk about this while we still got time to plan. It's just a bit of financial etiquette, you might say. It seems Father is focus of everyone's concern. Dr. Nanjo, could we hear the details from you? That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for after all. Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out the rose garden, let off a single cough when he realized he was being called. Uh-oh. Dr. Nanjo, how is father's condition? Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision since my last estimate last year that he had only 3 months left was not borne out. No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right? That is correct. Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away. A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate that weakness, the effects of one condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state. So you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited. Kure, sorry, but please stay quiet for a bit. I'm sorry. That is correct. Kinzo-san's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health. This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake in such strong alcohol. So, he's in a crisis now because he drinks. And maybe he's lived this long because he drinks. There's Dad for you, a heavy drinker. Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give him anything more than a prediction. But what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? That's quite rude of a question to ask about the family head. Natsui jumped on Eva, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Eva stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile. Natsui-san, forgive her. Eva, choose your words a bit more carefully, okay? I'm sorry. I was just so concerned about Father's condition. Is that so? I hadn't realized. Dr. Nanjo, please tell us. For the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle. You ask whether he'll still be healthy next year. But as a doctor, it is very hard to say. Because while I do think this lull in his condition will continue for a while, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do. After all, Rokenjima is a solitary island. It is not as though an ambulance could quickly jump in to save him. Normally, I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland. But Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year. Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside. And that's how things are now. Has the Dr. Nanjo been examining him? Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when he's in one of his better moods. I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've really only been able to look. It's true some people hate doctors. Still, what a hassle. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless. So to sum it up, he's still expected to live 3 months. There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge of death. Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words? Sorry. I've always taught this way. Give me a break. I understand how Dr. Nanjo sees it. What about you, Krausny-san? To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he only has 3 months to live. His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills as though of his fist raining down on me. Pushing the care of your father solely on the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair. In the next world, get born after me. Okay, let's get back on track. So, the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor. It wouldn't be odd for him to go at any time. No offense to you, Anaki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in his field. Which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets. Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several 10 billion yen, right? But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as cutting a birthday cake with a knife. That's an interesting way to put it. That's right. You sometimes get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly cut it into equal parts. Given that, don't you think it's more important to discuss beforehand how best to stick the knife in? I cannot understand how you can all openly discuss this, as though the head family is dead, even though he's still alive. Come now, don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the glorious Ushiromiya house's wealth is vast. Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand? There's a huge difference between this family's resources and your family's wealth. How rude! My birth family has nothing to do with this. Natsui responded indignantly, though in a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile. Give it a rest, Ava. Natsui-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness. Hideyushi tried to smooth things over by glancing both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsui even more intense. It seems I'll just get in the way if I stay any longer. Please excuse me. Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances of envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs. In other words, this is what you all would like to say. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of his inheritance. Why are you so eager, I wonder? Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ushiromiya family's wealth is no simple task. In that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations? It seems to me that you all are impatient to split up the cake tonight. Isn't that true, Rosa? What reason is there to be hasty? We aren't being hasty. However, we need to have an agreement between the siblings. It doesn't matter when we do that, But if the day father's condition worsens is approaching, discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me. Rosa shot a glance at Ava and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest. Oh? Is that your true opinion now? I didn't expect the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that. I wonder if those two told you to say it. Ugh. Quit it, Anaki. Rosa's one of Dad's kids, too. She's got as much right to his inheritance as the rest of us. It's only natural that she be interested. After all, Dad'll definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. On the contrary, Anaki, you're way too relaxed. It almost seems like you got nothing better to do than turn the discussion away from the inheritance issue. Huh? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husband of something? Calm down, Natsui-san. Listen to what we have to say. Ah, well, howdy, partner. You didn't miss much. But it looks like we're getting into the real meat and potatoes of this series. Oh, well, I'm really sorry that you had a really bad burger. I made myself a pretty decent cheesesteak, so that's a pretty good thing. But, you know, sometimes you win some and you lose some when you eat out. Hopefully next time around, the next burger you order will be nice and juicy. Nissan, I hear the times have been extremely good lately. Yeah, since last year, we've been in an unprecedented boom and the yen keeps on rising. It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen. Also, the ruling parties say that it'll be established health restore maintenance law by next year. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about, trying to gather as much funding as they can. You certainly seem to know a lot about it. Yeah, I know. I think currently 100 yen is the equivalent of... Let me see. Let me do a converter really quick. Wow. The yen isn't even a penny. So that means 100 yen is the equivalent of 66 cents. Wow. Japan is cheap. Like, very cheap. I never thought it would be cheap, but it is cheap. Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom. If it does happen, it'll be because the USD crashes. Yeah, that's true. It'll be a repeat of the Korean War demands, the time during which Father revived the Urashira family. The people of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth, and becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity. Well, it's true that Japan definitely has seen a pretty increase in overall wellness over the years, but that also came at a cost. If you look at how Tokyo is when it operates at night, someone has to work the night shift pretty rigorously to make all of that work. And while everyone is pretty much okay with that, there is a bit of signs of depression and anxiety more throughout Japan. Keep in mind, this takes place in 1986. So at this point, Japan is starting to get to a much better state right now. At least that would be the case up until the economic crash of the early 2000s. We've reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can be capitalized on that fact. The three kinds of electrical appliances no longer represent the people's needs. The people need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools, resort hotels, and theme parks. You know what? Those are very important things and we all need those. That is 100% true. Yeah, forget sustainable food sources, forget clean water, forget a reasonable amount of clothing. Yeah, no. We need like really hoity-toity resort hotels and a lot of places that really are overpriced and appeal to the masses. That's exactly what we need. So you know what? Maybe we need to build more Disneyland resorts. That would probably help our economic growth. Right? I mean, it has to work, right? Have you gone to Disneyland, which just opened a few years ago? Huh, they probably had to change it because of copyright issues. Changed it just enough so that they don't sue you. Yeah, Disneyland. You never heard of Disneyland? That's where you meet Robert Mouse, Harold Duck, and Grimble the dog. And let's not forget Ronald's favorite companion, Jupiter the cat. What an excellent theme park. It's a place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. No longer do we have to count on our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families. We have become the most prosperous people in the world. And now we can finally enjoy the benefits. Well, I'm a big idiot, so I don't know what kind of benefits you guys are talking about. Kraus-san, your foresight's nothing to sneeze at. When I heard that sort of thing several years ago, I thought it was crazy. But when I heard about the G5's Nation Plaza Accord, that all changed. The yen shot up, and I'll bet the price of the land skyrockets soon too. It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world. You got a great sense of the direction the world's moving, Kraus-san. At least there can be no debate about that. I feel the same way, Hideyoshi-san. Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. I'll bet you got that keen sense from Dad, and it's incredible. However, unlike Dad, the timing of your predictions has been a bit off sometimes, right? Nissan, you've been starting resort projects everywhere, convinced that Japan will soon see a boom. But almost all of them continue to fail. Ah, so he jumped the gun. He thought it was going to be a sure thing, and things didn't exactly plan out as well. While I'm sure that the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you misread that timing off that boom. You were too early. You then panic and try to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further. If your nose was really so reliable, there should be no reason for you to sell off your property. Is this proof that you mistrust your own ability? How rude. Are you trying to insult my husband? Natsui's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Ava, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsui to sit down. Please stop, Natsui. Ava's always been incapable of taking any other way. Calm down a little or your headache will get worse. There's proof of your lack of talent right next to us. After all, Nissan, Weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort? You built a wonderful hotel and beautifully maintained the garden. I'm just an amateur and I don't pretend to understand. But you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right? And what is it to you? My husband's business is none of yours. Actually, that's not true, Natsui-san. Rokonjima doesn't belong to Aniki. It belongs to Dad. Of course the hotel does belong to Aniki, right? In fact, we'd be more than willing to pay lodging fees for tonight. What do you think, Rosa? Well, if what I have on hand will suffice. If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can expect a large harvest in the future. When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well, do you not? I understand that. If the value of the island rises, that'll increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts. We can just resolve the matter with money equal to the value of the property. If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so dissatisfied? We aren't dissatisfied. We're uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open that hotel? Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except our grubby handprints, right? That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? Surely you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it. Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while. I learned that lesson the hard way. Last tool shed that we had, we ended up knocking it down in less than a few months. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use it once a year. Right, Rosa? That is right. Considering how wonderful it is, I'm sure it'll be quite popular once you've opened it. Oh, so the hotel you keep talking about is the guest house. It's splendid. Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it would become popular. The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. That's why it was built near a rose garden. However, even though it was built 2 years ago previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening. Nissan is just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then, it always becomes unmaintainable partway through and ends before you have a chance to earn any profit. You were brilliant when you said you saw that using this island only as a place to live was a waste. I think it was a pretty good plan to turn it into a resort that could use the prospect of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and the like to attract customers. If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I'd have strained my brain looking for a way to make a profit off this island. But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you haven't had the opportunity to open it. Where's the managing company you entrusted it to? Impertinence! That is not my husband's fault! There has just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are the victims here. And yet, the rumors we've heard about this company you hired haven't been good at all. Let's be clear about this, dear. Did you really think we wouldn't hear about how lack of payment, embezzlement, and other issues led to the project disintegrating mid-flight? We even have evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. As new members in the tourism industry, it is necessary for us to lay the groundwork with various people. It is also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners. It's merely taken us some time to meet that goal. I'll admit that in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs. It's a foundation that will eventually become immensely significant. Liar. I'll bet you want to liquidate it but can't. After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated empty island, without any established sightseeing routes. And anyway, what about all the loans you made for this project? Even if you aren't incurring maintenance costs, the borrowed money that you can't return just keeps growing. Sorry, Krasny-san. But I've investigated that development plan for the island a bit. To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either. Hideyoshi-san, I can see how you might be left with that impression by looking only at the current financial situation. However, this is a forward-looking investment. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was a mistake, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created. However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point. No, actually, all of the investments I made now will finally return to my possession. That's right, just like throwing away a small fry to catch a salmon. They will come back even bigger before. I'll accept that. The resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom before long, though I don't know if it'll be enough to cover all your debt. However, Krasny-san, after all your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide you with the funding? And this isn't some small amount we're talking about. You'll need enough funding to fill the massive hole you've dug. What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san? Natsui-san, please don't get angry. We've looked into this too. We checked to see who might have been providing Krasny-san with enough financing to support his recently large-scale projects, despite his string of failures. And we discovered that no such backer exists. The iron rule of the money roulette is that you bet against the loser. Anaki, you are a fairly well-known loser in this field. It's true that the prosperous times are about to come, but when we look for people who consider that enough to look over your string of failures, and also had enough for the investment, we found no candidates. So, the big question now is, where you got that money from? Oh, now isn't this intriguing? And, dear, how long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand? Sit down, Natsui-san. Let's cut to the point. Anaki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own businesses. He stole money from his dad? Fuck. That would have been the perfect crime. Since he's so locked up in his own room, by the time he would have figured it out, he probably would have already been dead. That's cool or awful depending on the dad. Well, from what we've recognized so far, Kinzo is clearly... he's complicated. He sometimes carries himself as a very stout person, but also kind of a bit of a loose cannon. A weird obsession of black magic. Really doesn't like to talk to anyone except his head servant. He's also a bit of an alcoholic. So... it's hindsight 6-1. Anaki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own businesses. There's pretty much no room for doubt. If you think we made some kind of mistake, please feel free to explain. Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated. How can you face the successor of the Ushiromiya head family and level these absurd accusations? They aren't absurd. They're right on the mark. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses. But his debts keep getting bigger. He's just trying to cover up the failures of one gamble by making an even bigger one. It's only natural that he'd try to grab any resource of funding close at hand. Let me be frank. Nissan, what you're doing is embezzlement. You're betraying father. You know that we'll have the court settle this after it's all over, right? Do you think that kind of person has any right to call themselves the successor to the Ushiromiya head family? Of all the... You dare claim that he has betrayed the family head? You no longer have the right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Ushiromiya family. Leave this place at once. Now. Get out! Natsui, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Ava in rage. She then pointed alternatively at Ava in the hallway, demanding that she leave. Ava took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsui, as though silently daring her to repeat what she just said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. Man, she's like mad dogging him. She's really like saying, "Okay, you wanna play the bad guy? Fine, I'm the bad guy. Go ahead and say something." In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped. Hey, Natsui-Nissan. To whom do you think you are speaking to in such a tone? I'm speaking to the exceedingly rude sister of my husband. As the person in charge of the main family's kitchen, I cannot overlook any more of this. In charge of the kitchen? Be silent, lowly maidservant. Ava folded the fan with a sharp snap and rose to her feet energetically. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown up till a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive. How foolish. You stand down. Before Ava of the Ushiromiya family. You tell me to stand down. Me, Ushiromiya Ava, the third ranked in the Ushiromiya family hierarchy, and the one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head? Know your place. And then look at your shabby self in the mirror. Where is the symbol of the wing on your clothes? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Aren't you nothing more than a borrowed womb to the house, the next successor to the Yoshiromiya family? Understand your place, you common housemaid. Ava's face twisted hideously as her words gouged into Natsui's heart like talons, retching at it. There was 100 ways Natsui wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go, and became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down. What's wrong? If you have something to say, please do so. Come on. Ava faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsui could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fists quivering. Kraus quietly broke that powder keg tension. Natsui, leave your seat. You should go cool your head. What? Natsui, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack. Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are basically calling you a traitor to father. They are making light of the fact that we protected the glory of the Yoshiromiya family, even though we are constantly expanding every effort to earn that glory from father. They trampled all of that underfoot with their hateful rambling. And you don't even try to fight back. Why? I'm the only one standing up for us because you won't. But you've been putting up the entire burden on me for some time now. And now you tell me to go cool off my head? It's always me. Even though I've always considered this family's affair so seriously, you've... Natsui was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sounds of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly. I apologize for my wife. She's always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's even been rough for me. Yeah, that was pretty hard to stomach. If that's what you've been managing in your household, you must suffer no end, Nissan. Madam, it's nothing. Leave me be. Natsui flew into her room and threw herself on the bed, lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. Poor Madam Natsui. There is such a deep enmity between her and Ava-sama. Explaining their relationship would be very trying for me as a woman. The Yoshiromiya family holds blood in high regard. But if a woman marries and leaves the family, they are normally removed from the family register. Thus, normal circumstances, Ava-sama should have removed her when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, there is no one deserving of blame in this matter. The madam certainly bears no guilt. There is nothing to call it other than a whim of God. Kraus-sama and Natsui-sama were not blessed with children for some time. After all, this is the male-dominant Yoshiromiya family. A wife is merely a tool to create a heir.
If such a wife cannot fulfill her only duty, she will not even be treated as a human. It pains me to remember how the master tortured Madam during that time. Back then, a wedding between Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama was being discussed. Eva-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Madam's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register. There was a vast difference in the Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madam, who married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood and whose husband took on the Ushiromiya family name. Furthermore, Eva actually gave birth first, and to a boy. As for how much weaker Madam's position was then, Eva-sama's, well, I believe you could see yourself. I'm sure Madam is tormented by the thought of that. If only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage. And Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as so arrogantly as she did today. However, that is not Madam's fault. All of that blame lies with God's whim and the stork that delivered Jessica late. Even so, Madam won't allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman at her inability to carry out the duties of an expected of a wife. Ah, how sad. I cannot do anything except watch her from the shadows.
Ned! Again with the glass cracking. Huh. This time the time went backwards. Interesting. I think we can go a little bit further. It is getting late, but this is getting a little interesting. So I'm going to try and push this as long as I can. Just need a couple of seconds is all to sort of clear my throat is all. Alright. Let's see how much longer we can keep going. We cross the hall again on our way out to the entrance. As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were extortably drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to spot. So this is the witch, Beatrice. Wonder if that story's true. Who? Badler doesn't believe? Back when he asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Badler shows signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Badler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that wasn't what Badler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on the plate hanging below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. Sorry about that. It's not like I doubt you or anything, Maria. Ooh, Badler believes. Ooh. When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly ooh-ooing. What's this? My beloved witch Beatrice. Behold the Sweetfish River. What's with this weird hued epitaph? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. If you just skimmed it over, several unnerving words would jump out at you. Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather's had that made. Pretty deep, huh? Ooh, I know. It's the place where the gold's hidden. Wait, is that the story about the Ushiro-miya family's hidden gold? Now there's another thing I remember from a long ago. Hold on. Aniki, is this for real? Grandfather had this made, but he never said anything about this picture or the epitaph. Even so, amongst the family, it's often whispered that it indicates the location of Grandfather's hidden gold, and that he will relinquish the inheritance and the gold to the person who solves the riddle. Ooh! I heard that too. Lots and lots of gold. Well, it's something like that. Something like 10 metric tons of gold bars. I think it's fake, though. Still, when you read about it in an epitaph like that, it almost seems real. I think I already explained Grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Ushiro-miya's family's Legend of the Gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushiro-miya family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake. And by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part begins. Part of it involves Grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low. But, well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. Alright, let's hear it. This ought to be good, so you know what? I'm going to reserve judgment until the end. After the war, Grandfather correctly predicted what the future would hold and won a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, He supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't yet gained anyone's trust. It takes trust to gather money. There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. That much is true. So how did Grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds? When asked that question, Grandfather supposedly answered like this. On a certain day, I encountered the Golden Witch Beatrice. Grandfather then went on and on about his continuing research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician. And the entity summoned as the result of the demon calling ceremony was the Golden Witch Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. The witch then granted Grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revive the Ushiro-miya family. It seems the story's so old that even our parents were told about it when they were still children. So back when our parents were still young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold Grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, Grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest, and approaching it was forbidden. I remember that old story. When we were little, we also went all over the island searching for treasure after our parents told us about it. Didn't we get lost in the forest once, then started crying until some of the servants found us? Our parents got so mad. Dang, that takes me back. We sure were idiots, weren't we? After all, Grandfather only bought the island after using those funds to get rich, right? That means he must have had the gold before coming here. There's no way the gold's on this island. That's not necessarily so. Maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to ensure that it be his and his alone. There was a whole 10 metric tons of it, right? It seems more realistic that he tried to secure the place where it was hidden rather than trying to move it all. This epitaph was made 2 years ago, and since Grandfather wrote it himself, yeah, that does make the legend of the gold seem more believable. The so-called witch's gold that revived the Uroshiro family weighed 10 tons. 10 tons of gold. Let's see. I wonder. Let's find out. How much would 10 tons of gold be worth today? So, in today's prices, that amount of gold would be worth approximately $975.84 million. That means that the Uroshiro-miya family has nearly over $1 billion worth of gold hidden somewhere. Now I get why everyone is talking about who gets the inheritance. It's not about the money. They want that frickin' gold. Maybe that's sleeping somewhere, ready to be turned over to whoever can solve Grandfather's riddle. Maybe that's why he did it. I guess that sounds like Grandfather's style or something. If that's true, that's pretty incredible. The epitaph carved into the plate was mysterious. with something like a poem or song written on it. The text was incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, might lead to the hidden gold. Whether that's what he intended or not, I can't even begin to imagine what his true motive might have been. All we know for sure is that grandfather put this shady epitaph here so that everyone in the family could see it. We also know that he's hinted at the existence of the gold without ever talking about where it might be hidden, at least so far. These facts then were embellished by the imaginations of our parents, who were convinced that grandfather was challenging us to a battle of wits. Sounds like just my dad, so greedy that he takes something like this so seriously. He may laugh at Dad's black magic obsession, but he still believed the story about the hidden gold. It just sounds so good. Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. At that time, when grandfather was still nameless and had no connections, there was no way anyone would just lend him a massive quantity of gold bars for free. If such a person actually did exist, it's not unthinkable that grandfather would call such a sponsor a witch. Yeah, but it's 10 tons. 10 tons! If you cash that in, how much would it come to? I mean, it had to be a ridiculous amount, right? It certainly would be a ridiculous amount. They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is 100,000 metric tons at most. That's 1/1000th of all of the gold humankind has obtained throughout history should belong to just one person is just insane. On top of that, this witch supposedly had all that gold collected in one place and was able to lend it to grandfather just like that. We're not talking about any ordinary person. Well, to me, that 10-ton story seems pretty fishy. After all, no one's actually seen it except grandfather, right? Even if we assume some generous witch existed and lent him some gold, maybe it was closer to 10 kilograms than 10 tons. Even 10 kilograms would be incredible sum, right? What the fuck is a kilogram? I'm an American. We use freedom units. Ooh. 10 kilograms of gold is how much? Maria, who wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. It was a question I also wanted answered right then. Whether it was 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount, but I had no idea exactly how huge. George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold. Well, even the value of gold is affected by the market, and the value of physical gold can change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the foundry. You'd also need to pay handling fees to cash it in. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's precious metal, and some people estimate that humanity will mine all of the world's gold within half a century if gold mining continues at its current rate. Just guessing haphazardly, I think you can expect a price of about 2 million yen per market price. Wow. Whoa. Just now I randomly said 10 kilograms since it sounded smaller. But even that would be worth 20 million yen, wouldn't it? Ooh. I weigh 28 kilograms. Which means if we had Maria Winchan's weight in gold, We could estimate it's worth over 50 million yen. That's just unbelievable. How much would 10 tons be then? 10 kilograms is 20 million yen, which you can multiply by 1,000, so, huh? 20 billion yen? What the hell? How much is 20 billion yen worth, actually? We can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Hold on, let me see. So 20 billion is about 9 zeros. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So that would equal to about $132,646,225.80. Jesus. That's a lot of money. Like, they're not just rich, they're like ultra rich. That's the 1% of the 1%. That is not like just something that you can haphazardly take out. So that begs the question, how the hell did this witch give him all that gold? Anyway, let's say that a person's wage over a lifetime were about 200 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for the company, and you're finally freed as you approach old age. That's how it works, you know? You live, you work, you die. Just as God intended. Everything including retirement money might add up to about 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be made through a human's life. No, you could even call it the value of a life. Which is sad. So 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. If you work from age 20 to 60, that's 40 years of work. So it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. That would mean that amount of money is the equivalent of working from way into the early stages of the Roman Empire to today. That is insane. If you worked every day starting from the Jomon period, you'd only reach that number about now. Ooh. Is 20 billion yen a lot? Heck yeah, it's a lot. Maria, you love shortcake, right? You could buy more shortcake than you could possibly eat for the rest of your life. However, while that might be possible with 20 billion yen in cash, I don't think it would be very realistic to have that much in gold bars all in one place. Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, so it isn't exactly convenient as a method of storing wealth. Sure, you can imagine someone gathering their fortune together as incredibly high-value stocks or precious gems. You often hear of people who traded their wealth for precious gems so that they could carry it around with them during the chaotic times of war. But you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold. It may be heavy, but it's the most trusted and stable form of wealth internationally, so maybe that was important? For example, bonds are just scraps of paper if the whole country goes under. You can also look at it that way, but even one 10-kilogram ingot is pretty heavy to carry around. Haven't you heard? A 50-kilogram person can't carry a 50-kilogram bag over their shoulders. With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate. So what you're trying to say is, While it'd be one thing if you had a stack of banknotes worth 20 billion yen, 20 billion yen in gold would be such a big mountain that it'd practically be kind of pointless. That's right. Although, the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it. Just the part about the 10 tons of gold makes it pretty impossible. If you think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake. Kinda bring you back down to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Anyways, that's grandfather for you. Maybe he exaggerated the story of how some kind of wealthy person gave him a loan by saying he got 10 tons of gold from a witch. Even the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic. You mean like the gratitude of money he borrowed was worth 10 tons of gold or something? Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it to grandfather. And maybe he started calling this person a witch. I see. Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth later on. The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch herself. That might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her. I see. So in other words, this witch lent to grandfather the funds necessary to revive the Urashima family, and he owed her big time. And then he felt so grateful that he had that huge painting drawn and displayed. Yeah, it's not that crazy of a story. It's even possible this person was an old granny who looked like a witch. Maybe grandfather idolized her, and that's why he had her drawn to look so beautiful. I bet if we met her in person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty. That's possible. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western. And if you think about how everyone in her family has Western names, even the name Beatrice is the result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western. I get it. That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside the picture. Guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts. In the first place, isn't having a witch pretty bizarre in itself? Like, you could find something like that anywhere on Earth. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, who feared the witch of the forest, when Maria tugged on my sleeve. I could tell by how hard she pulled that she was a bit upset. What is it, Maria? Ooh. Beatrice exists. Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes. Witches exist. Ooh. Well, sure, they do exist. If you turned on the TV and watched anime or something. Exist! Witches exist! Oh! I started getting impatient, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered, "Dumbass, you're smashing a kid's dream. Maria really believes things like witches and Beatrice exist." Come to think of it, Maria-chan, in social studies at your school, when you were asked to write what you wanted to be when you grow up, you wrote a witch, didn't you? Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corner of her eyes. I see. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future? The existence of Beatrice was proof that witches do exist in this world, and was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired. Exist! Exist! Witches exist! But Badler still doesn't believe. Oh. It's okay, witches do exist. I believe it. George Aniki knelt and hugged Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams, so I apologize. Beatrice does exist. Even now, she's living in the forest and comes to the mansion every night to peek in and see what everyone's doing. So, you shouldn't go into the forest. At night, you mustn't stare into the dark forest. You might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice. After all, grandmother said so. Ooh? Really? Badler really believes? Yep, I believe. Sorry for doubting it. Come on, let's make up. I stuck out my hand, Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand, and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George Aniki and Jessica were relieved. Oh, so this is where all of you were. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach. Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait. Ah, Shannon. Well, this is the first time Badler has seen Beatrice's portrait. He was just fascinated by it. That's right. It certainly is fascinating. Beatrice-sama is truly beautiful. I'm sure that she captivated the master. In addition to the patron theory, there's also the theory that she was grandfather's first love. Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his heart. Which must mean that he's still captivated by her. Sheesh. That must have made grandmother pretty jealous, huh? I'm not really sure, but that might actually be true. Apparently grandmother believed he was cheating on her with some blonde. A classy gentleman prefers blondes. Oh? Good smell. Good smell coming from Shannon. Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla. Ah, I apologize. I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them to everyone. What is it, I wonder? Oh, excellent! Cookies! Yay, cookies! Wanna eat cookies? Wanna eat cookies? Please, eat as much as you would like. But, would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this? In front of the portrait? Shan-chan sent us to a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, I guess eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking. Maria, why don't we eat someplace else? Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic. Oh, have a picnic. Have a picnic. If we can eat cookies, let's go. Yeah, let's get some fresh air. We shouldn't stuff ourselves right in front of the witch. That's right. Didn't we say we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place? Let's go, let's go. Shannon-chan, sorry, but could I ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and some flasks for tea? Right. Certainly. Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracting her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that the witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more. Oh. Badler, you still don't believe? No, I believe. It'd be so much cooler that way. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave Father 10 tons of gold. And that gold might be sleeping around here somewhere. Besides, didn't Grandfather write that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it if we can? I'd say that's kind of an adventurous story, way better. 20 billion yen worth of gold, huh? Even if we split it up between the four of us, that'd still be a ridiculous amount of money. 5 billion for each of us. Incredible. With that kind of money, you could probably make any sort of business prosper. In fact, we could live our whole lives fabulously without working at all. Ooh, I don't want 50 billion yen. I want cookies. Cookies. Maria would take cookies over money. Still, 5 billion yen. That's like a dream. One day. Maybe one day I'll be lucky enough for that. Ridiculous. Is it possible that you all still truly believe in Father's legend of the gold? Of course we don't believe that story about a witch giving him gold. But there's no mistake about the gold itself. The fact that Father obtained gold bars from an unknown source has been confirmed in several ways. We've heard that before the president of the Maruso company died, Father showed a large pile of gold somewhere. Father used that man's claim as proof that there were 10 tons of gold. That's just the nonsense of a senile old man. Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story. You can't take it seriously. Well, if that gold didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding. Before the president died, he was a person with such sincere personality that he earned the respect of many in the business world. He wouldn't have become a partner to such a fraud. Anaki, the president of Maruso, definitely saw it. 10 tons of it, clearly with his own eyes. Even more so, Dad let the president take one ignet at random and have him examine it. The result of an examination showed that the 10-kilogram ignet was 99.99% pure. That's almost impossible to have 10 tons of that just lying around. He said that the Ushiramiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was imprinted on it. Almost instantly, the Ushiramiya legend of the gold spread amongst the fixers of the business world. Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money. Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accepted it as collateral, and as a result, Father was able to receive massive loans. Is there no limit to the absurdity you're willing to accept? How old are you people? Are you still taking that nursery tale you heard as children seriously? Where is the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? Are you just parroting the lies of Father and few of those close to him? Of course it's just a story, but still, Anaki. The amount of money Dad raised required a suitable amount of collateral. Even if the gold itself was still a rumor, it's an undoubtable fact that he showed them a treasure of comparable worth. It was just an illusion of money created by a penniless father. He acted as though he could actually have gold that didn't exist, fooling his sponsors. It was probably the gamble of a lifetime. Luckily, his use of those funds proved successful. If the Korean War demands hadn't come in, and the Ushiramiya family had not been restored, Father probably would have been hounded after as a crook of the century. So are you saying that the gold never existed, and Father made it all up? Of course. And because of that, the illusion of gold became a mere inconvenience once he achieved enough success. That's why, later on, Father added all that about a witch and black magic, weakening the credibility of the entire story. In other words, he revealed that the illusion of the gold was a fabrication. If he claimed to have received the gold from a witch, no one would believe that it all existed, right? It's also possible he said it for all of your sakes. Nevertheless, here comes some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold along with the rest of his inheritance. Rosa, don't tell me that even you believe in a fabrication like this. I cannot prove whether or not Father really had the gold. I just want to claim my rightful share as one of Father's 4 children. Huh. It seems even you started to talk like that way, Rosa. I see. So that's what you're all getting at. You're all trying to claim that I'm attempting to keep all the gold myself. Nissan, you gathered a massive supply of funds. That's a fact. If we ruled out the possibility you've embezzled Father's personal funds, then there's only one possibility left, right? Anaki, we've been thinking that you might have found those 10 tons of gold bars. Ridiculous. Such a thing never existed in the first place. Then explain yourself. Was it embezzlement of Father's assets, or Father's hidden gold? How could you have gathered so much funding, if not by one of these methods? Even I have many friends in the political and financial realms. I have earned their cooperation, nothing more. And on that matter, I have no responsibility to explain myself to you. You understand, don't you? There are some topics that ought to not be spoken of. If you insist on that point, that's all well and good for now. But Anaki, Dad doesn't have long. Nobody can ensure that he'll live to see this day next year. The inheritance process will begin at the instant of Dad's death. We'll arrange for lawyers and accountants who are impartial to all of us and have them inspect Dad's financial situation. At that time, if it comes to light that you unjustly interfered with Father's money, you understand, right? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was. Of course, Father's gold is part of Father's fortune. We understand it's money you can't reveal openly, but the 4 siblings should have an equal right to it. In other words, we're going to have your financial situation investigated, as well as Dad's, to determine whether you're hoarding the gold or not. Isn't this a great opportunity? Right now, prove the existence of your so-called support from friends and acquaintances. That way, we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you. Right, Rosa? That's right. Kraus Nissan, you are the one who's dodging the issue. If you were guiltless, you would just prove that you were in the right now. But you aren't even trying to do so. However, Anaki, we still have to consider your position here. As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a large share of the burden than we are. We've been living terribly relaxed lives until now, so it wouldn't be fair for the rest of us to complain without taking your efforts into account. It seems you cannot make up your mind whether to flatter me or slander me. Please get to the point. Basically, randomly investigating nitpicking aspects of Father's wealth seems like a pretty crude way to go about it. As you said, Krause and Nissan, there may have been moments of money that are difficult to explain. We've come to consult with you today while we're fully aware of that point. Both sides stand to gain from talking about this now. A consultation. When the inheritance is divided, you'll be rewarded for your years of hard work taking care of Dad by agreement that's generous in your favor. Don't misunderstand us, Nissan. We aren't saying that we'll abandon our rights. But when we make our claim for what we deserve, we might as well offer a generous understanding for your position. That's what we mean.
In other words, if you accept our conditions, then when the inheritance is divided up, we'll leave the investigation of Father's financial situation to you, Krause and Nissan.
All the siblings from Eva downward suspected that Krause was stealing their father's wealth. So, letting Krause report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claim, Krause was actually embezzling money, Krause would be able to hide that fact. Besides which, it'd be possible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a mannerable favor to himself. Krause, realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. He couldn't help but worry what they'd ask for in exchange. Oh. After mistrusting me completely, now you say you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling. So what is it you want in return? Just what we deserve as siblings. You aren't the kind of person who'd steal Dad's property, but you also aren't being financed by some patron. Considering all that, there's a certain explanation that satisfies the rest of us. Nissan, you found 10 tons of gold and used that as collateral to gather some funding. Yes, just like Father did in the past, right?
If that's the case, there won't be any funny business in Father's finances. You've always been a good son looking after Father. Why do we mistrust a person like that?
You're being so roundabout I can barely understand you. Please speak in clearer and more practical terms. Our first condition. Aniki, you must admit that you've found Dad's gold. Are you asking me to admit I possess gold that doesn't exist? Our second condition. You'll acknowledge that each sibling has a right to a share of the gold, and you will pay out those shares. How foolish. With that non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, that would be 5 billion yen per person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen? Ridiculous!
Keep listening until the end. We know that much money can't just pop out of nowhere. We're not asking you to make an impossible deal. Of course, regarding the portions of the gold, we plan to reward you plenty for your hard work until now.
Our third condition. The portion of the gold to the one bearing the title of successor to the Ushiromiya head family will be 50%. The remainder will be considered the fair share of the siblings and divided up. Of course, that also includes you, Krause Nissan. Of the 20 billion yen, 12.5 billion will go to Aniki, 2.5 billion will go to Eva Nissan, 2.5 billion will go to me, and 2.5 will go to Rosa. That division scheme makes me so grateful I could cry. So you're saying, for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen. What's wrong? Nissan, your share is 5 times the size of ours. These are such good terms, I'd be jumping for joy. Our fourth condition. The gold will be liquidated and distributed along the inheritance at the time of Father's death. However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions are to be paid to us promptly. These payments must be made before March of next year. What do you think, Krause Nissan? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust regarding your handling of Father's assets, isn't it? Of course, it might be impossible to get a whole 7.5 billion before Father dies. But it should be possible for you to manage a deposit of 750 million, right? Paying 700 million in half a year might sound like a pain, but you should be able to manage it, with what all of your friends in the political and business spheres. Normally, we'd hope to receive the 7.5 billion right now all at once, but out of concern for you, we'll show our sincerity by asking only 10% of that for the time being. The remaining 90% can wait until the inheritance is distributed. See? Even you could be capable of managing a mere 10% to show your sincerity. So you're trying to sell me the rights to assess Father's financial situation for 750 million yen. How impressive. You all certainly have grown. To think I'm now the one being offered deals. Nissan, if you accept these terms, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of Father's assets to you. However, the results of that investigation will be subject to scrutiny. It's only natural, right? We'd be so sad if you managed things that our 7.5 billion share shrank. We'll avoid complaining as a general rule. Just make sure you do it neat and tidy. As long as you don't try anything that blatantly obvious, we got no intention to stir things up. We want our inheritance quickly, too. We don't want it to get all drawn out and left hanging. If a complaint is made, who would carry out the follow-up investigation? We don't mind if it's you. This is probably the first and last chance for us siblings to reach a consensus. I believe it won't come to that. Looks like even you can speak up now then, Rosa. By this point, it's obvious that Kraus wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need to go into detail. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother had always abused his privileges and violated the other siblings' shares. It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time. Sorry, but there's more. Our fifth condition. This decision must take place precedence over Father's will. Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely irrelevant. I see that you're very cautious. Then let me ask, if the gold really were found, what would you do? Since you'll be making the payments for us, so what the gold's worth, the rest of us really don't care if we ever see the gold or not. You can think of our share as an advance payment. It's good to have dreams, isn't it? Your plan to turn this island into a resort, right? You might stumble upon the gold by chance during construction. Eva left out a high-pitched laugh. Kraus watched but didn't even flinch. Let me add a seventh condition before I accept. In the situation that any siblings other than myself find the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me. Ah. Nice. Yes, of course, we'll hold it on for you. It was a play on words. Of course, the others, who were forcing Kraus to pay the money for some non-existent gold, who wouldn't save Kraus his portion if they actually found it. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets. When Kenzo faced death at last and had his last inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light. That could easily become fatal to Kraus. The others had spotted this weakness and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They'd forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to being cunning and guile, that they'd been forced to band together to combat him. While Ava couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Kraus let out a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was. This all makes for a touching story. My estrangement from you all has left a deep pain in my heart. If accepting these conditions means we siblings can become friends again, it would please me to no end. I'd be happy to agree on your deal. Rejoice, Rosa. We have reached an understanding. Rosa's expression dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Ava also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal. My, how obedient of you. It's not like you at all, niece-san. What a cruel thing to say. Are you implying I have some ulterior motive? Of course I don't. I'm just the same as all of you. Just the same as all of you. He seemed to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Kraus was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. So Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring this neatly resolved discussion to a conclusion. Then we're good. So Aniki, would you mind signing here? This is a written contract summarizing the discussion we've been having. There's one for each of us. Everyone will sign for the same contents. Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had details of their own deal written on them. Ah, McSchwartz, welcome on in. You're just in time for the near conclusion. The 7th condition you proposed will, of course, be added right now. Don't worry about that. Aniki, need a pen? Rudolph took out a fountain pen from his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made it as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke. Actually, in order to ensure that this agreement is properly executed, I'd like to propose an amendment to just one point. As soon as Kraus said that single sentence, all the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up at their backs at the same time. That won't do. We've already decided, haven't we? Just stay quiet and sign. Why are you in such a hurry, Ava? Of course I'll sign. I promise the share of the gold going to all of you will be 7.5 billion yen. I also promise that when Father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. However, there is one point that I simply must insist that you compromise on. What are you talking about? What don't you like? The part about promptly paying 10% of your share, 750 million yen. As you pointed out, my financial situation is far from prosperous. While I can guarantee I will collect various future investments, I must admit that I am quite poor at the present moment. In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. I am incompetent, and my business sense is dull. Since I'm the loser you all claim me to be, I don't have the power to move 750 million yen in just half a year. That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with such a half-baked trick? At the time of the division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once. Remove the one condition that I must pay you 10% in advance. That is the only condition under which I am willing to sign. Krausny-san, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it? All things must be equal. You shouldn't have any room to negotiate at all. We're doing you a huge favor by offering to let things slide for just 10% of money in good faith. Now that we've explained that, you rejecting our offer would seriously damage our trust and relationship, right? Hideyoshi had humbly expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Kraus had already seen through to the shadow in the depths of those eyes. Why are you all in such a rush? Or could it be that you're afraid of something? Rosa, won't you tell me alone, secretly, so that the rest of the siblings can't hear? It's not as though I... Quit it, Anaki. All we're asking is whether you're going to sign or not. Just forget about making any strange deals or any other suspicious moves. Oh? You say I have no room to negotiate. Are you trying to claim that I am weak in position? Which therefore puts us in an unequal relationship? Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the height of his brother's completely insurmountable wall, and the long shadow that had existed since they were children. Shouldn't deals be made between those on even footings? From my perspective, this deal will help restore the long-lost trust of my younger siblings and deepen the love between us. It's an old problem that's been eating at me, and one I would prefer to resolve as soon as possible. I would be overjoyed if we could resolve it today. Yeah, no one's ever on even footing, even among siblings. That's just the law of nature. However, it seems I'm not the only one who'd be quite glad to close this deal quickly. Am I wrong? Kraus stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instincts. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, so he was caught by Kraus's gaze. Hideyoshi-san, I hear your company has been doing extremely well lately. At a brisk pace and went public, and both its track record and stock prices have soared. I am truly jealous. We aren't here to talk about my husband. However, it is unfortunate that you have neglected your stockholders. It's even more unfortunate that you were unable to solidify your base when you became stock listed. Before you realized it, some bad-natured colleagues of yours have brought up a huge share of your company's stock, right? How could you even know about that? The same way you knew about me. If it's possible to collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then it's possible for me to collect evidence on you. It is really so unexpected as that. Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management company that he'd started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range, and a petition to make it a stock-listed company had recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in the stockholding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business's normal profits. So, this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They are given the rights that allow them to observe and guide the company they've invested in, lending to profits to even greater than their original investment. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. That right allows them to keep an eye on management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, if they used it forcibly, they can eject the former manager and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders. And people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they like. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves the president. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hadn't had the time to strengthen those defensive measures. Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from under him. In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that naivete unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that they couldn't be ignored. They then sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of the majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current waste investment, and let the company be born again as one of them gives more back to the stockholders." It's very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his companies were cruelly distorted, and he lost the trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of the stock company's stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stocks. But the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, and each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could lose everything he had built so far. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, since no one knew when he would die. And you, Rudolph, you have been in quite a lot of trouble lately too, haven't you? You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true. American trials are settled quite emotionally. They never had down generous judgments to foreigners. Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run? What is this all about? Well, it's just some trouble from work. No big deal. Nothing you can't settle with money. Kirei immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge, and had been worrying over it alone. That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, it can even buy back that broken bond between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of rights. But with money, anything can be settled. Long live capitalism. Though, rumor has it that the settlement money could be as high as several $1,000,000. Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that the victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely, and he would be forced to an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way to have this resolved with money. If he could pay that money, it might be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay it, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. Rosa, you're a good, noble little sister. You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money game. However, your soft-hearted nature has brought you trouble, hasn't it? In my opinion, becoming a co-signer for anything isn't something one should enter into lightly.
That is none of your business, Kraus Nissan.
Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person the younger sibling were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a lot of money quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Kraus would be in. Kraus was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles' heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes. If it were possible, I would like nothing more than to raise some money for my adorable siblings in their time of need. But unfortunately, I have nothing on hand. If you know any sponsors that might be able to raise a whole $750 million, I suggest you try there first. Kraus's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could have think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up the charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all of their other options. However, if you do insist on relying on your big brother, I wouldn't mind using my influence to help you and find such a sponsor. Oh, wait. I do believe you said that I have no influence. Well then, I'm afraid I won't be much help to you. Krause's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings, who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago, could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth. Ava, don't make me laugh. As if I'd ever put myself in your debt. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. If we relied on you, how exactly would you be able to help us? I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible. Damn you. Taking advantage of us? Honey, please calm down. I am calm. I'm extremely cool. You bastard. Carrie grabbed her husband's hand, but that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Krause laughed as though watching something highly amusing. In times like these, it would certainly be nice to find Father's hidden gold. If you did, you could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions right now. How sad. How sad. How very sad. How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad. Tonight, let us all drink together, as we solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph and discover the location of Father's hidden gold. If we 4 siblings work together, there is surely no puzzle we can't solve. He is a dick, and I kind of like it. I have yet to find someone that crafty. Quite an entertaining scheme. Well, what are the conditions they've attached? Well, whether or not Kraus-sama actually discovers the gold, he'll pay Ava-sama, Rudolph-sama, and Rosa-sama a total of 7.5 billion yen for their shares. However, 10% of that will be paid before March. Kraus, you dunce. To think he would have his feet swept out from under him by his younger siblings. How truly amusing. But it sounds as though they tripped when going in for the kill, yes? Yes. Kraus-sama exposed the fact that Ava-sama and the younger siblings all have an urgent need to get the money. Is there even any need to expose such obvious facts? That irresolute, incompetent man. What are they doing now? That conversation has been put on hold for the time being. Now, Beatrice-sama's epitaph is being discussed. So, they're trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden. Yes. Kinzo set down his spectacles and snorted. Will the miracle be fulfilled first? Or will those fools expose the gold first? What a show this will be. At the very moment those fools solve my puzzle, I will suffer utter defeat. They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone. The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a miracle. And yet, if the fulfillment of the miracle comes first, if it comes first, Beatrice will be resurrected again. The smile I have been chasing half my life will be restored. Oh, Beatrice, soon will come down the sacred night when we shall bet upon a miracle, and the game of demons shall begin. I will surely prove triumphant and survive. I will let you have the lives of all those others. I do not need wealth, or honor, or assets, or gold, or anything. All I want is to see your smile one last time. Kinzo choked, apparently in a great pain. Kanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop. Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of the gold in a place that everyone can see? No. It is because magical power is determined by risk. The number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold is great, and the danger of them succeeding is great as well. Then the power of magic will bring about a grand miracle if we succeed despite the odds. In other words, magic is a game. It is not the case that the one who performs the best becomes the victor. The victor performs the best because he has been granted magic. Do you see? It is similar to how the miracle of life can be granted only after winning against the divine odds of several 100 million to 1. Is this a little difficult for you? My apologies. That's fine. It all comes down to this. I will give all that I have to build up to the one who resolves the mystery of Beatrice Epitaph. Wealth, honor, gold, and the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family. Everything that I have established. My children certain are the only ones with the right to attempt to solve this riddle. Anyone who solves the riddle will have the right to gain everything. Even you. Yes. However, I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle. Of course, I made it difficult. But you must try to solve it as well. That will form the seed that summons the miracle of my magic. If everyone attempts it and everyone fails, that will be that. However, if the miracle can come together and give birth to magical power, it will happen. Beatrice will revive. That is why you must attempt it too. Everyone must attempt it. And in doing so, they will give strength to my magic. Do you understand? Yes, I will try. For as long a while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kanon swayed where he was, alert and unmoving until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this. Very well. Leave me. There is a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet. You can take some with you as a reward. I'm fine. After all, I am furniture. So furniture doesn't eat sweets? Well, I suppose it stands to reason. In that case, leave me. Yes. Excuse me. Kanon bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out. But it was not the sound of cannon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his own blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. He was already unable to trust anyone excepting not the children who shared his blood, but those servants who called themselves furniture. Nanjo-sama, how are you feeling? Genji-san. Oh, it's just that there's no place for me to be anymore. With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. That look was apparently enough to tell Genji what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the lounge, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression. Still, I don't understand. Why did Kinzo-san have something so provocative written, I wonder? Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait at the plate with the epitaph. I do not presume to understand what the master's thoughts. However, I'm sure he had a deep reason for doing so. Since long ago, when Kinzo-san played chess, he would always prepare his moves according to some far-reaching judgment. Yes, sometimes even to make moves I couldn't understand. For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through whatever he was planning. Sometimes I wonder if this might be some kind of will in Master's eyes. Perhaps he wishes to hand over his wealth and title to the one who can understand it. So, you're thinking he may have wanted the 4 siblings to work together to solve the riddle, before some outsider like myself solved it? Kinzo-san may speak of his children in insulting terms. Perhaps he also wants them to repair their relationship. It certainly would be heartwarming if, as Nanjo had suggested, this epitaph had been made to repair the siblings' relationship. However, both Nanjo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. They know Kinzo longer than anyone, and Kinzo trusted them more than his own relatives. But even they could not guess his true motives. The master has always says that everyone has the right to try and solve the riddle, even if they aren't a member of his family. What about you, Dr. Nanjo? No. It's a little too difficult of a puzzle for this senile old man. Actually, I once wrote this epitaph down in my notebook. Night after night I would try to solve it before going to sleep. But it is really hard. It looks like we might have some free time to relax and consider it before someone comes to us. What do you say, Genji-san? I am nothing more than furniture in service to Master. Gold and assets are unnecessary to me. My, you're very modest. I imagine that's why Kinzo-san trusts you so much. If so, then I am honored. As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow the path downstream in search of the key. The epitaph written on the portrait called My Beloved Witch Beatrice goes as follows. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel it down, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at the journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all dead souls. One shall be the resignation of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Very interesting. Definitely is a bit of a head scratcher. But I'm sure there will be some clues that will come to light. Anyways, let's see. The time is now 3 o'clock. Wait, no it's not. It's 9:18. You guys just wanted it to be 3 o'clock because you want to see 3 a.m. girls. Ooh, what's this? Wow. Not a bad view. Alright, well, hold on. Sorry. Gotta save this. I hate to end it at this way, but unfortunately I'm out of time. I'm already out of time as it is. But still, that has been still episode 1 of Umineko. And we still got like 3 more episodes to get through it. I'm very intrigued. Like, generally, I'm very intrigued. I really want to see this go through to the very end. Like, honestly and truly, I want to see this to the end. Considering that this is the sequel to Higurashi, I am not surprised that it's written in such an intriguing way. And it really has a little more going for it, where every single character has some sort of stake involved, rather than it being the accumulation of a sort of legend going on in a single village, or being the result of a single person who is more of like a unfortunate catalyst to a certain event. I really enjoy the story that is being presented here. And I do enjoy that it's trying to be something that you don't normally see, if that makes sense. Alright, I think I want to raid into Cersei. She is really cute. I really love her, and I really like her, and I want to raid her. So, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed this stream. If you have any suggestions of what you'd like to see, please leave a comment below. We'll definitely do more. Tomorrow, we're going to read the rest of Higurashi. I hope you all will be interested in that. And really, I would really like to see what else you guys would want to see me play. So, see you all next time. And as always, respect the classics.